Hey guys, have I got the coolest map 2020 seed? It's gonna be an island, obviously. We're gonna do this brutal hardcore. You know what though? Hold on. Oh, it's in the preview, so you can always... Hold on a second. Oh, I just realized that. Oh, we're gonna go to 1. So I can use the experimental shit with the golem, copper golem. Oh. Fuck yeah. Oh, this is gonna be cool. Oh, this is cool. This is badass though. It works it into the preview. Oh, that is so fucking cool. I might have remembered that. I might have, yeah, remembered that, but just forgot. You know what? Let me check something right quick, because there's no way. 2020. Got a badass island. Let's see what 1 gives us. cool. I could play it on hard and not worry about. That is so fucking cool. Fire spreads. Fire spreads. Okay. Let me see what the 2020 is. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, this one's a huge ass one. One, 2, 3, 4. But it's the farthest thing from a fucking island. Tempting, but very tempting. Cave biomes is such a beautiful addition. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, we're gonna get another more structures thing. It's gonna add 100 more in boat that's gonna be there. Big ship, actually, not a boat. Dude, the next one's gonna be nice. Twenty, because where do you start off? Oh shit. We gotta get some water though. Gravelly swept hills. Sunflower plains. Oh, Taiga's right there. Spruce taiga. Okay. Oh. Oh shit, I thought I was gonna die. Fuck. Okay. Oh, this is not gonna be... What? Oh, okay. Goddamn Bob. Oh, you idiot. This is a badass one right here. We'll have to do a hard one on this one. Okay. So this little hill doesn't have anything for us. Oh, this is definitely going to be a good one. Dumb shit. I hate that bouncing up shit just to climb up vines. I mean, I get it. It's cool. But doggone. Ooh, is that sheep? Yeah. Oh, we got some food. Okay, we need to get this food over here. Fuck. Food spoils in this one, so if you ever get this add-on, I was gonna say mashup pack. You ever get this add-on, just know that it spoils, but it's always great for freaking, it's perfect for, the composter. Stony Shore. Bamboo Jungle, Stony Shore, Bamboo Jungle, Jungle. We'll use this island as a 13, -25. But first we need sheep. We need more sheep. We need more sheep. Hurry up. Oh. Oh, enable selected ability fighting. Oh, okay. Fuck. You motherfucker. Fucking idiots. Oh. Fucking idiot. There's gotta be a fucking savannah, village around here. Whoops. I should have jumped. It didn't jump when I pushed. He miscalculated because I know I pushed the right way. I can't wait to get the 100 structures. Whoa. You dumb cocks. You ain't doing that shit to me, motherfuckers. Oh, this is gonna be challenging as fuck. I don't think I'm gonna make this one, you guys. You dumb nigger. I'm gonna kill these cocksuckers in their goddamn offices. Faggots. Oh, we're gonna make a home. We're gonna make a home. Because I'm running low on water. Okay, so we might make it. Let's see. You dumb fuck. Oh, no, you don't, nigger. Dumb nigger. Dumb nigger. I'm gonna slit your fucking throats. Stupid fucking cocksucker. We are... Where do we start? Hold on. God damn you. $1,472, okay. Stupid niggers. Oh well, cocksuckers. Okay. I'm gonna do this shit right. God damn you. Voodoo Island Hardcore. Fire spreads. Nine. Hold on. I was just hitting up on morning and one of the little zombies came through the little hole and just fucking annihilated me. But so I'm starting all over again on the same thing. So stay away from me. I will kick you. Mm. I'm gonna listen to some music. Talk to you guys in a bit. Talk to you in a bit. Okay, y'all. About fucking time. How many fucking times do I have to type it in to where you recognize it? You know, fuck you. You guys are ignorant. Brutal Island Hardcore. There we go, you sacks of shits. Oh, fucking idiots. In the summertime, Okay, we're gonna survive on an island. We gotta go to the island. Where we're gonna do this on brutal hardcore. You know what I'm gonna do? I am gonna listen to the long dark ambient. I'm gonna be able to get the long dark too, hopefully.
Video has been a long-awaited one, but it's finally here.
You know what? Hold on. The Long Dark to Black Frost. The Long Dark to Black Frost. I'm gonna kill you, Google. Is it? Ah, fuck you. That's all they got. What a
Hello
fan.
my friends and welcome to a new video here on my channel. So today we talk about Black Frost that be closer to your boots.
Been a long awaited.
Be closer to your boots. Outside the
Ambience. No, you dumb fucks. I swear to God. Fuck. You fucker. Hold on. Hold on. Dude, Grounded 2. I get tempted to buy Xbox because it's only 500 gigabytes. Oh, how dark is it outside? We were all fuck, mate. Exactly. Yowl. I'll be right back, y'all. Rabbi Manis Friedman. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
Let's go.
Rabbi Manis Friedman. Rabbi Manis Friedman, you stupid cunts. I'm gonna kill you, Google. Rabbi Manis Friedman. Rabbi Manis Friedman, Noah's story. Yeah, you guys are stupid cunts. I'm gonna have pleasure killing you. What? Rabbi Manis Friedman. See, you cocksuckers don't know English, dumb cunt. Goddamn nigger. Oh, you cocksuckers. God damn you. You force quit that nigger. Rabbi Manis Friedman. Dumb nigger. Rabbi Manis Friedman, Noah's story. I'm gonna kill you. Rabbi Manis Friedman, Noah's story. I'm gonna kill these motherfuckers, that's for goddamn sure. Not a goddamn thing you military or police can do about it. Stupid cocksucking cunts.
As we
Fucking
move
cocksucking nigger.
in history further and further away from the event that Mount we assume logically that we lose some of the
Hold on.
People, thank you for the super chat too. Just first of all, find your bots, and I'm enjoying them a lot. I really like the infected zone. When you play from your home. That game is awesome, Meatball. Yeah, the game is definitely awesome. Crossbow bolts. We're gonna be hoofing it up north, guys. What I will do though is we'll craft up some firecrackers. Don't know what the hell we're gonna run into on our way up there, so I'd rather have some firecrackers.
Is it just me, or are we having a morale problem?
Keep the road clear. Yeah, I heard about Hulk Hogan. Chill though. Probably gonna be the last time we can activate mines, guys. So we gotta get this damn. How long is that other? Oh, we lost our damn. Lost our outpost. Trying to see how long we had left on the plague disruptor. We have no time. So it was the fire? No, well, I didn't throw fire, so that means when I threw the bloater gas, it exploded and ignited. Yeah, I was trying to figure out if it ignited because, if it did ignite, that means the plague heart is close to death. That's why I wanted to know if when I threw that last bloater gas, if it did ignite. Because if so, then yeah, we're. Any stamina stuff with me. Ooh, with the super chat with it. Yeah, we just lost a red talon. Trying to take out play card. When the heart phased, like I hit a double feral, dude. Like 2 ferals came at once, and I wasn't ready for it. It definitely caught me. We ended up getting mobbed pretty bad. Got blood plague. All this to death.
No. Okay.
As we move in history further and further away from the event at Mount Sinai, we assume, logically, that we lose some of the inspiration, we lose some of the strength, we lose some of the knowledge, and certainly
God
some of the
damn you.
as we move further along in history from the times of the temple, from the Beis Hamikdash, first temple, the second temple, we assume that we are losing ground. We're getting further and further away from the original message. The relationship with God is getting weaker. I guess like any neglected relationship. And so we wonder, where's the hope?
Where is the love?
Another issue, there are mitzvahs, commandments, that are in the Torah, explicitly stated. There are those mitzvahs in Torah that have to be derived by the sages through the methods given by God on how to define the details of a mitzvah. What did Moshe say when he came down off the mountain? For example, you shall bind them as a sign on your arm. And front
No, you
between
motherfucker,
your
stop doing that.
eyes. That's a commandment. But what in the world is it saying? What does it mean to bind the words of the Torah on your arm? Well, when Moshe came down off the mountain, and he quoted God as saying, this is what you must do, he was quite aware and proficient in how to do it, how to make the tefillin and how to wear the tefillin. It has to be made out of leather, it has to have straps, it has to have certain scrolls of certain chapters of the Torah. That's called the oral law. The information that Moshe came down off the mountain with, that was not written in the script. So you have the explicit, detailed commandments written in the Torah. You have those that are oral tradition from Moshe from the Torah. You have those that are derived logically from the wording of the Torah. And then you have commandments that are called rabbinic. like observing Purim. That's not written in the Torah. It happened much later. Not in the 5 books, anyway. And then there's Hanukkah, which is even later. At least Purim has a spoiler vessel. Hanukkah has nothing. It's purely rabbinic. Lighting Shabbos candles is rabbinic. So you have the 7 rabbinic mitzvahs. And then you have customs. Then you have rabbinic precautionary methods or aids. Things that prevent you from accidentally or inadvertently violating a commandment. And in most recent times, you have the differences between Hasidic customs and non-Hasidic customs, Sephardic custom, Ashkenazi customs. What is all that? How are we supposed to view these rabbinic innovations? So here's the punchline, and then we'll talk about it a little bit. The punchline is, these later, more recently introduced principles, which we call customs, are in some way holier than the original commandments in the Torah. And that's why they came later in history.
Oh, sheep. Yeah,
After much
yeah.
experience, after mastering the earlier parts of the original mitzvahs, then we were ready to receive more, the deeper, the more intimate, the more powerful. Again, like any relationship, with time, it will get deeper, more personal, more intimate, less mechanical. So let's take a look a little bit at the history of things. We start off with Noah. Noah was a tzaddik. He found favor in God's eyes. Noah rotzachim be'inei Hashem. And yet the rabbis don't hesitate to offer 2 extreme opinions, extremely different from each other. One says that Noach was the greatest of tzaddikim because even in a generation that was so bad, and so evil, and so corrupt as his generation, how corrupt? It has to be wiped out with a flood. And yet, surrounded by all of that,
Surrounded by your glory, what will my heart feel?
Pretty impressive. The other opinion is the exact opposite.
Yeah,
In his generation, compared to the others, he was righteous. But had he been in a generation of truly righteous people, he wouldn't be considered righteous at all. What does this mean? How can both opinions, and they're both from Torah sages, they both must be true? How can they both be true? So if we compare Noach to Avraham, Noach was a tzaddik without a doubt because Torah says it explicitly. He walked with God, spelled it right out. He found favor in God's eyes. There's no mystery here. He was indeed a tzaddik. But this is early in history, when people were experimenting with humanity. See, it wasn't a matter of obeying God, believing in God, worshiping God. That was not the issue. God was very real to them. the world was new. You had to wonder, where did it come from? Who created all this? So their awareness of God was pretty strong. But they didn't know how to treat each other. They didn't know how to be a mensch. You know? They didn't know how to be human. That was a new experience. So they were experimenting with every kind of possible lifestyle, behavior, character, and it was pretty bad. Noach, on the other hand, was decent. He was not destructive socially. And so he got to be on the ark. The problem is that although he was a mensch, he didn't influence anybody else. So he was a tzaddik in his own life, in his own behavior, but influencing the world was not part of it. You can compare it to a child, a good child, who does everything right. But he doesn't have influence on others. Being good and being right in yourself, that's a full-time job. So Noach found favor in God's eyes as an individual. He was charming. He was delightful. But in 120 years of building the ark, he didn't convince a single other family or even individual to join him. So socially, he was not very effective. Avraham, on the other hand,
It's not his problem or fault.
started a movement. Avraham became famous as a teacher, as an influencer, beginning with his own family, with his own parents, weaning them away from idolatry, challenging the world to rethink their beliefs about God. Between the time of Noach and the rise of Avraham, there was a generation called the generation of the Tower. The people of the Tower of Babel, about 1,000 years after the flood,
Oh no, you bitches don't.
they decided that they no longer believe that God runs the world. They were now very scientifically advanced, and they were. This is the year, approximately, the year 2000 after Adam and Eve. But they did learn, they had learned after the flood to get along, to cooperate, to be sociable. And so they all got together, the entire human population at the time got together on a project to build this great tower, to bring them, to carry them out of Earth's atmosphere, because they had decided scientifically that Earth was a dangerous place. Unstable atmospheric conditions that will bring a flood every 1,000 years. Which means they did not believe that God had caused the flood. They were convinced that the flood was a natural phenomenon and they had to do something about it themselves, and they had to get out of Earth's atmosphere and make it to the moon. God didn't like that little project, so he caused groups of people to develop their own language. So instead of all being united in one language and in different people speaking different languages. Which is the only good explanation for why there's more than one language. But the result was that those who found themselves speaking the same language moved away and created their own societies, their own cities, their own countries. So they had gone from being okay with God, but not okay with each other. That was the generation of the flood. Then they became okay with each other, but not so okay with God. That was the generation of the tower. Now Abraham comes along, Avraham comes along, and he's good on both counts. He is social, he is an influencer, he has good on both counts. He is social, comes along, Avraham comes along, and he's good on both counts. He is social, he is an influencer, he has a language that people can relate to, he can explain, he can teach, he can inspire, and his relationship with God was awesome. Both at the same time. A little bit of heaven with a little bit of earth. So, what does it say about Noach? Noach walked with God, with God's support. Avraham, on the other hand, walked before God. Or God himself says, walk before me and I will bless you. Walk before me means on your own initiative. Use your inherent godliness, the godliness of your soul, to inspire the world. I will bless your efforts. In other words, your relationship with God had become a little more than just a good kid. Now it was more of an adult kind of godliness, where you're not content to be good yourself, you have some concern or some responsibility for the people around you. The result is a real mensch, an adult, developed, actualized human being. And so it was with Yitzchak, and with Yaakov, and with Yosef, and with Moshe. And then in the year 2448, God comes down to Mount Sinai and reveals himself. Everything changed. For the better. So, we're charting the progress here of how the world gets closer to its objective. What was the change? The change was, it's no longer enough to be a really decent, developed, magnificent human being, both in your relationship with God and your relationship with others, with the world.
You
Now,
fucking idiots.
It was all about God.
Dumb shit.
Transcend the human perfection. Because Avraham was 75 years old and he was a perfect human being. God came to him and said, I have a mitzvah for you to perform. Circumcision. It was the first mitzvah given by God after the 7 Noahide laws. That was the beginning. The beginning of the 2,000 years of Torah. After the chaotic childhood or adolescent years, which was 2,000 years from creation to Avraham, now started 2,000 years of Torah. Torah meaning bring God into the picture. Not personally as part of your own perfection or actualization, but for God's purpose. So God tells Avraham at the age of 75, you're a real mensch. person I can relate to. And I'm here to tell you that it's not enough. It's not enough to be a perfect human being. You have to be a godly being. How do you do that? I will reveal myself step by step, gradually, so that you can grow in godliness and you will be able to live a life that is my kind of life, much more than just a human being. So it began with Abraham, and it concluded with, or it came to its high point with Moshe, when he brought the commandments down from Mount Sinai, and over the 40 years in the desert, gave us the entire Torah. Now we know God. Now we can be godly. So have we progressed? Absolutely. Then, to make it brief, in the year 3406, that's 1,000 years later, approximately, after the giving of the Torah, there was the story of Purim, the Megillah, the scroll of Esther. And the sages tell us that what happened as a result of the threat of annihilation and the miracle that saved them from that threat, something changed in the entire Jewish experience, and the people were able to fulfill the Torah, to live up to the Torah in a way that they hadn't since the Torah was given. They fulfilled what they had accepted. They had accepted the Torah at Mount Sinai 1,000 years earlier, and now they were actually fulfilling it in a much deeper way than before. What this tells us is that the further we get from Mount Sinai, the further we get from creation, the further we get from Avraham, the greater our relationship with God becomes. Despite the changes, the differences, the story of Purim happened in exile after the temples had been destroyed. After the first temple had been destroyed. First exile. Scattered in 127 countries. The Jews had a renaissance. Not a return to what was. A deepening of the relationship. They finally realized how significant, how deep, how real the connection to God was. It wasn't just an obedience. It was an internalization. In some way, which we can explain on another occasion, the godliness became them. Not just something they believed in and obeyed and practiced. They became the Torah. Or the Torah became them. Let's move on about 500 years later. The oral Torah, all the teachings that Moshe came down the mountain with, and orally taught to the people in the 40 years in the desert. And then every generation had its teachers who passed on the tradition, the oral teachings, from one generation to the next, from teacher to student. About 500 years later, there was a need to record all this oral stuff. Because it was oral, it all depended on people's memory. or on the flawlessness of the transition?
Okay,
Did the student really understand the fine nuances of what the teacher was conveying? Not every teacher is so expert in communication that the original message doesn't get a little tainted. So after 500 years, the scholars all sat down and shared what they had been taught, compared notes to see if they were all on the same page, worked out the differences until they tracked things down to their original teachings, and recorded the Mishnah. Rabbi Yehuda, the prince, compiled all the Mishnah, which was all of the oral law that came along with the written Torah, but was not allowed to be written. It was meant to be oral until that time. What was the purpose of it being oral? Well, if you had to memorize it, and you had to transmit it from generation to generation, you had to really get to know it. If it's already recorded, you can just always look it up. You don't have to memorize it by heart. You don't have to understand it perfectly. You'll look it up. It's right there on the shelf. But because it was oral, it had to be ingested. It had to be internalized. It became part of their DNA. Now it was ready to be recorded. Was that a step down? In a sense. The need to record it was because memory fails. Oral transition can be distorted. It is fallible. So it was written down. That seems to suggest that people were drifting, getting further away from
oh,
the
you dumb
truth of Torah.
motherfucker.
But the opposite can also be true. It had become so internalized that it no longer needed to be oral. It can actually be committed to writing. In the process of writing the Mishnah, new insights came to light.
I'm gonna go back to the
Let's
place,
move on a few years,
place
a
where
few
I,
hundred years. In the year 41, approximately 4107 or 87, 4187, the Talmud was recorded. Now, what is the Talmud? A discussion on the Mishnah. Because the Mishnah recorded conclusions, but not the reasoning behind it. The Talmud is the sages reviewing all the Mishnah and going through all the reasoning and arguments and insights and so on, clarifying even more the things that had remained a little vague. Again, in that process, they discovered new things because they revisited the scripture, they revisited the commandments, and more was discovered than was known before. Only this time it didn't come as a voice from heaven. It didn't come through prophecy. It came through wisdom. Now we're talking about sages. The era of the prophets was over. So we no longer had prophets. Step down in some way, but in another way it was a step up. It deepened the relationship with God and with Torah. It revealed layers of soul that the Jews had that they hadn't tapped before. I guess you could say that in the beginning of a relationship, what does a couple reveal or share with each other? The safe stuff, the practical.
Rabbi Tobiah Singer, Living Waters. What?
On number one, that God revealed to himself to us at Mount Sinai. And I think one other thing should be said, Tom. Banks make a lot of money. It's very evident, not that I check their books, but when you walk the streets of New York, LA, San Francisco, London, banks have huge buildings, very valuable real estate. They're making a lot of money, loaning money. Right? If you can get, but I don't know what the interest rate is, but if you can get the interest rate that banks can get, you'd be able to build buildings like that as well. But before a bank loans you anything, as much as they want to, they will ask you for your social security number. And then they're going to check your credit rating. Okay? And they want to make sure that you've paid the debts that you have made, the financial promises that you have made in the past. And based on that, they will then trust you, in a sense have faith, but a highly informed type of faith, that if Tom has paid all his credit card debts in the past, paid his car loans in the past, then we can trust you in the future. So there is another caveat to all of this. The God of Israel has made promises to us. And if you notice something about the Jewish Bible, there isn't a lot of talk about heaven and hell that you find all over the Christian Bible, right? There is almost no mention of the afterlife in the entire corpus of the Jewish scriptures. Why? Because it's unfalsifiable. You can't test it, right? You can't. The Christian Bible says you're going to burn in eternal lake of fire constantly. You're going to go to hell if you don't believe. And Christians frequently tell co-religionists that if you don't maintain this belief, you're going to burn in hell. But you never hear Jews talk that way. Why? And it does work. It's a very successful method of scaring people, because people are frightened about what happens after you die. But you can't test it. So if you were God, Tom, and you were writing a holy book, and you wanted to convince people to commit to it, and you're really God, which means that you really can control the weather. If you're God, that'll be a minor miracle. If you're God, you really can control history. So here's what you would say if you're God. If you're God, you'd say, look, it's just going to stop raining. Right? You're going to go into exile. How many years? 7 years. But I'm going to bring you back. Jeremiah chapter 29, verse 10. You're going to be exiled from the land, Leviticus chapter 26, Deuteronomy 28. But I will bring you back. It'll be many days, but one day you will come home. So God has this enormous amount of credibility with the children of Israel, and the miracle of the return of the nation after thousands of years, an unprecedented history. What you just heard encapsulates why the Jewish people are so committed to bring you back. It'll be many days, but one day you will come home. So God has this enormous amount of credibility with the children of Israel, and the miracle of the return of the nation to their land after thousands of years, an unprecedented event in history. What you've just heard encapsulates why the Jewish people are so committed, connected, attached to God in love, devotion, and loyalty.
Well, first thing I'd say is if I was God and I was writing a book, I'd probably write something more similar to what was written in the Hindu text, where they said the age of the earth is 4.3 billion years old, I think, giving a number of facts that correspond to reality that there's no way they could have known it.
Motherfuckers.
Very good evidence. In the case of prophecies, it seems like like the prophecies, if they were very precise and accurate, like the Hindu prediction of
Dumb
the age of the earth, that would be
cunts.
good evidence. I would agree with you. But it seems like the vast majority of them are very vague. It can be interpreted in a number of different ways. And I did want to ask if Moses didn't exist, if he's a mythical figure, would that disprove Judaism?
Yes, completely.
Oh no,
Just
you
one
niggers ain't
point,
doing
'cause I
that.
don't
God
want to
damn
move
you.
away from that little
Fucking
caveat.
niggers.
But if for a moment that the Torah would
No
just
niggers.
contain scientific information that only now we know about in the last few decades,
I'm gonna
imagine
slit
what
your
that would
throat,
mean. That would mean
Mojang.
that for all of history, human history, no one would be able to test it out. The beauty of what is conveyed in the Torah is
I'm gonna
right
slit their
now you
goddamn
know that it
throats.
stopped raining. Right now you can know that it's executed to be executed. Right now you should know that the Assyrian Empire will penetrate Jerusalem, or I'll protect Jerusalem. The Torah has an immediacy. The Torah is telling you that certain acts is a cancer for you. It is of no use to the smoker to be told about a phenomenon that he would only discover long after he's dead. So the Torah is written so that people immediately at any point in history, Torah is not reserved for high IQ people and scholars, that any child can understand the message and who is behind the message, and that goes to the national revelation as well.
Oh yeah, I think that I wouldn't just give one prediction for hundreds of thousands of years in the future. That wouldn't be very useful. I would probably give predictions about things very recently in the past, present, and future, and so that there'd be a consistent um, reification of the fact that this was a reliable text. So every new big discovery would be predicted in the Bible. So you will discover DNA as a double helix. You will discover germs cause disease. You will discover that the moon is 255,000 miles away. And so there'd be an incremental set of confirming predictions that you could verify. That'd be very, very precise. The precision thing is what's important. To me, the prophecies in the Bible seem more like you will see a dog. It's like, well, yes, that's a very accurate statement. Like, I will definitely see a dog eventually, but it's so common that happens. It's not a very precise or spectacular prediction. It's a pretty common thing you're going to expect. Wars happen all the time, so predicting a war is going to happen is pretty commonplace, especially during that time period. So I would need something very precise for the prediction to be a confirmation of the text, and it'd have to be consistently correct, consistently concise, and very, very specific, because the specificity is really important in predictions. Because if you can interpret a prediction in 1,000 ways, that's the same as making 1,000 prediction, 999 of which are wrong. And so it's when I read the prophecies of the Torah, they seem very vague. They seem like you could interpret them in a number of different ways.
Pass through, see that it's part of it. So there were miraculous experiences for the entire nation that they had endured in their hope for freedom. And it's that basis that all of Judaism is founded on, and everything else we believe in is based on, number one, that God revealed himself to us at Mount Sinai. And I think one other thing should be said, Tom. Banks make a lot of money. It's very evident, not that I check their books, but you know, when you walk the streets of New York, LA, San Francisco, London, banks have huge buildings, very valuable real estate. They're making a lot of money loaning money, right? If you can get, you know, I don't know what the interest rate is, but if you can get the interest rate that banks can get, you know, you'd be able to build buildings like that as well. But before a bank loans you anything, as much as they want to, they will ask you for your social security number. And then they're going to check your credit rating. Right? And they want to make sure that you've paid the debts that you have made, the financial promises that you have made in the past. And based on that, they will then trust you, in a sense have faith, but a highly informed type of faith, that if Tom has paid all his credit card debts in the past, paid his car loans in the past, and go back 3,300
heard
years
that one
ago, which
part,
is when
idiots.
Torah is given at Mount Sinai.
Goddamn Google's
Imagine
cunt face,
we would
cunt
have a
face.
statement made about DNA without the equipment to verify it. That would be the worst idea, because, of course, for us, with hindsight and all the leaps in science, for us it would be very beneficial. But for them, they would be lost. And Hashem cares deeply about every generation. Therefore, the revelation at that time was a national revelation. We really heard the voice of God. We were all there. We talk about DNA. Let's do that for a moment. I'm a Kohen. I'm a priest. There are nearly 1 million of us in the world. You can check, and this has been done, at the University of Arizona and around the world, my DNA. I mean, that's a highly falsified claim. There are Kohanim, priests all over the world. We very specifically, we are the patrilineal descendants of Aaron, the high priest, the brother of Moses. Okay? So what you could do is you can actually take my DNA and find a Jew who I don't know in Manchester, go to meet another Jew in San Francisco, another in Spain, who's a priest, and test our DNA and ask the question, is there a common marker on our Y chromosome? Well, so if the claim of my people bears any resemblance to truth, if it maps onto truth, what we would expect to find is that in fact we have that marker, and we do. There's a tribe in Africa, Lumba tribe, black men and women who look nothing like me. They have a tradition that they're not just Jewish, but they're the descendants of Aaron, priestly people. You can read all about them as science has been done. We didn't know about them, but they had this claim for a very long time. We've tested their DNA. You can imagine what we'd expect to find, we discovered. They have that marker, the Y chromosome. So the beauty of Judaism is that it's something that could be tested at every stage of history. It's true, Tom, that many claims today we can look at would be very meaningful to us today, but have been meaningless to someone 3,000 years ago. That's why when you ask, why is Judaism meaningful, I don't mean it's only meaningful in 2022, centuries after Galileo, but it's meaningful at every stage and turn of our rich history, and it will remain that way through our extraordinary destiny.
Or I would agree that you wouldn't be able to write a holy book that only gives information that's relevant to one time period, but I think that you could write a holy book that had relevant information to every time period. And
Right.
you'd have parts that people wouldn't understand at one time period, but they would come to understand in the future. And that would be fine. But I think that I would include those things because it seems like when we read the Bible today, it has no relevant information as far as I can tell. It doesn't tell us anything relevant about the world. Whereas if I was the creator of the universe, I would include things that would continue to be discovered throughout time. Like artificial intelligence would be in there.
You dumb nigger
going to Mars
cunt.
would be in there. Those kinds
What
of
a
things
fucking
you expect
nigger.
to see confirmed. But I did want to ask about the genealogy thing, because there's
About
the white
what?
genealogy, the Y chromosome markers you mentioned.
Sure.
There are Y chromosome markers in every culture. Every culture of people has Y chromosome markers. Famously, Attila the Hun has Y chromosome markers of his lineage that cover a quarter of the planet and like 70% of Asia, which is quite phenomenal. Interesting, at least. But I don't think that indicates, for example, that you are in a lineage specifically of like Moses or something. I think the consensus of historians is that Moses was a mythical figure.
God damn you, nigger.
So I don't think
Census where?
of academic historians and archaeologists who research the time period and the events going on in that time period.
I mean, we're talking about my uncle. I mean, when people say that Aaron didn't exist in mythology, they're saying that my
You
family
stupid nigger. I'm gonna
didn't
slit your
exist.
goddamn
If
throat.
we ask the vast majority of scholars of the Hebrew Bible, the overwhelming majority would say that Moses was a very important historical figure. The only thing is that it is true that in secular academic
405 negative
it is true
604.
that you have a minimalist attitude that they would come up with stuff like that, and have a minimalist attitude that they would come up with stuff like that. And I hope your viewers will recognize that it is at least striking that every claim of our people, of our history, is denied by significant swaths of the world who have some interest. And I'm not blaming people. I'm just saying that going back to Moses, to Abraham, there are folks who said that the Temple Mount in the Western Wall, there was no temple of Solomon that stood there. There are people in the world who have said that the history of our people that occurred during World War II never happened. So we're used to people questioning and doubting, but it's not a good thing. I would just say this to the viewer, that they should reconsider their approach as scholars, because it becomes a kind of, I'm not trying to be obnoxious, but it becomes a kind of North Korea thing, because in the secular
46604.
academic world,
What?
if you say, I believe that Moses existed and he was a
46604.
lawgiver and was heard the voice of God, if you even say, I'll actually lower the bar, if you actually say that the book of Daniel was written by Daniel, they'll throw you out. They'll look at you like you're crazy. And they don't have the training that Jewish scholars have. And they'll go, no, Daniel couldn't possibly have written Daniel because, after all, I mean, this is another conspiracy, that Daniel spoke about Antiochus Epiphanes, the king of the Seleucid Empire. Before. So, I mean, I hope that people are just, I don't know if I can convince you, but at least people should notice that there is a phenomena going on in the minimalist world to essentially cast doubt on almost every aspect of Jewish history until the recent. And I think that should give people pause. You can't prove that something didn't exist. You can prove something did exist. And if archaeology, you mentioned archaeology, so I'm just bringing it, if archaeology was a hard science, and it isn't, then you would have a much greater consensus among archaeologists. But in fact, we find that archaeologists have a certain worldview.
God damn you! Get over there, dumb nigger!
A certain worldview. You and I could predict what they're going to say about discoveries.
Fuck.
Because archaeology is like having a 1,000-piece puzzle, having only 2 pieces and no picture to work with. So that's why we can predict what archaeologists will say based on their worldview. I think people should at least take pause in saying that we don't know. And as far as DNA goes, what we find among the Jewish people is consistent with the fantastic claims made in the Torah. We're an eternal nation that cannot be destroyed. I mean, here we are, not even a century after 1/3 of my people were murdered in Europe during World War II. Like, what nation endured that? And there are people today who say, well, that never happened. Well, we exaggerated. So it is true there are certain circles that are minimalist circles. Maybe if Christians hadn't gone to war for 30 years during the 17th century, maybe the attitude towards religion might be different. I don't know. But our people are real, our history is real, and our destiny is something really very special and remarkable. We want the world to know about that.
Oh, I definitely agree. There are people out there who believe the craziest things. There are people who believe the world is flat. It's always an interesting position to take. But I think the reason professional academics, I don't think, have the same bias that you're talking about. I remember Sam Harris was referencing the archaeologists in Israel who are Jewish, doing research to try and find confirmation evidence, archaeological evidence of the Exodus, and they couldn't find anything. Just found nothing. And if the number of people who were said to have moved from Egypt during that time period had transitioned, we would see archaeological evidence of new homesteads being built in that location at a very massive rate. But that's not what we see. We see them coming along from a long, protracted, slow period of time. And we don't see any.
I'm gonna build
thoughts or
Babylon
evidence of
too.
40 years in the desert of this 500,000 at least people, half to 2 million people in the desert for 40 years. No archaeological evidence to that whatsoever. And if that population was so massive, it would have been about a third of the entire population of Egypt at that time, if it was true. And there just wasn't enough food to even support that.
406.
There's so many facts that seem to contradict the scientific evidence we have about the time period that I think most scholars, including Jewish and Christian scholars, agree, looking at the archaeological and contextual evidence, that Moses probably didn't exist and was probably a story built upon to convey more figurative meaning to the people. And I think it's not just like they just don't believe because of bias. They're like flat earthers or Holocaust deniers who are just completely ideologically biased. But it seems like there's a lot of very good evidence that seem to convince me that these stories were more about conveying meaning to the people and giving ideas, kind of like American Indian stories about how the gods interacted with the people of the time period. But I don't think those actually happened. How Thor interacted with people.
So this date that we happen to be having this conversation, Tom, marks the 15th anniversary of when Israel bombed and destroyed the Syrian nuclear reactor in an amazing raid. Going back to 2002, the Jewish state discovered that Syria was building a nuclear reactor with the help of North Korea. For 5 years, the Jewish state gathered more and more evidence that it was because Syria tried to mask what they were doing, tried to use a plane building. They knew what Israel had done to the Osirak reactor.
I want to know what. Is it possible to know the scriptures better than a Jewish person? I can't listen to it.
Years earlier, but Israel had gathered all the intelligence that they needed. That information was shared with the administration of your country, and then in the summer of 2007, Israel, using, it was less than 30 planes, dropped 22 tons of explosives on the building and destroyed it within a matter of minutes, using a corridor going through Turkey, and then came back. And one of the things that's very striking is that Syria didn't say a word about it, still won't. Why? Because it was a defeat for them. They were embarrassed by it. I concede this point to you, that in an empire such as Egypt would not have written about their defeat. In the past, nations did write about their history. Sometimes we're really lucky because they, instead of putting it on papyrus or vellum, they actually chisel it into a stone or a piece of metal so it remains to this day. But they brag
Stupid
about their
motherfucker.
successes
and their conquests, not about their
Dumb
defeats.
nigger.
So, again, what
I'm gonna
we're
kill you,
addressing
cunts.
is, the question is, what we encounter today, the information, what has been written, recorded, is that consistent with the Torah or not? When we look at the
I'm sick of
DNA of
these
somebody
niggers.
like me, and I could predict
You know what?
that
Fuck you.
can study the DNA of someone I've never met in my life.
I'm not
who
doing
lives
this
in Melbourne,
goddamn
Australia.
bullshit.
I could predict that we have a Y chromosome that matches so closely that it can date when our common relative lived roughly 3,300 years ago. The Torah is not a medical book. It's not a science book. It's a book where God tells us about how we should live, what He wants from us, information that we would otherwise not have access to. And God tells us this is what would happen to you during your history. No, I'm not going to talk to you about the resurrection of the dead. And it's true. I would not expect Syria in the recent past talking about discussing its defeat, or ancient Egypt in the very far past talking about its defeat. So
604.
that's what we're looking for, you know. But we are, I can see this point to you, that the nation of Israel, my people, my nation, we are walking witnesses. You are my witnesses to the national awareness and consciousness of our people, an unprecedented event in history where God reveals. I'm not said look for a celestial sign in the sky. No, it's hearing the voice of God. It's not looking at the moon and looking at its color. No. It's passing on dry land. So that's our long history that we want to share with the world.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. I think that the history of the Jewish people is very profound and interesting, and as a culture is something that should absolutely be respected. But my only issue
John Hagee, Torah Secrets. Fucking niggers. John Hagee, Torah Secrets.
If it weren't for John Hagee, I'm not sure I'd be here. Over a decade, over $1 million him and Diana have given me. We exchange every Friday, Shabbat Shalom. These are not name dropping. These are people you know. George and Sharon Morrison, close friends of mine originally from Denver. Terry Kirk, I could go on with different pastors. The famous Randy Caldwell. These people have been behind me. The Hagees, there's not enough that could be said. There's a love for people. There's a love for Israel. Okay? I told Diana introduced me to Pastor Mac Hammond the other day. I said, the Hagees, we saved over
I'm gonna slit this nigger's throat.
We saved over 20,000.
Oh no, you're not doing that shit.
amazing.
Oh,
Dumb
wow.
cunt.
I said, if we saved over 20,000, 3,000 to 5,000 belong today. I don't live my life totally on the edge. I live it with love. I love these people.
Gosh. Ark of the Covenant.
I want to talk about this because I thought it was fake until I went on the CIA.gov and found it. Here we go. And I was like, what am I looking at? Okay, so we've talked about before Project Stargate.
Yes.
Remember?
Yeah.
That's the remote viewing.
Yes.
Apparently, so Project Stargate was started in the 70s, 1970s. In 1985, they started a new project called Project Sunstreak, which sounds pretty similar to Stargate, except they did more like obscure things for remote viewing. So some instances would be like they had remote viewers within Project Sunstreak that would do drug busts all over the world. And there was one guy who was 50% effective. So he would just sit in a room, and they'd give him a map, and he's like, they're going to be here, here, here. So 50% of the time, he's always right. With drug busts.
That's nuts.
But there was one that I said, this has to be a joke, not a joke. This was a real mission in Project Stargate, and
This is a CIA government document.
yes. Okay, and I have that right here. It's on CIA.gov. This was training target 0209 is the Ark of the Covenant.
What are they doing with it?
On December 5th, 1988, this one man, for his training exercise, was to find the Ark of the Covenant. And what he wrote was bone chilling. What he saw. Okay, no.
Pyramids.
I'm just gonna read what he said.
Yeah.
It's not that long.
Directly from .gov.
Yeah. So this is the official. His what do you call it?
Debrief.
Or he was viewer number 032. So viewer 32, like 00.
Yeah.
007, whatever.
Not as cool, but yeah.
Yeah. I'm 032.
032.
This is what he said about the Ark of the Covenant. Target is in a container. This container has another container inside of it. The target is fashioned of wood, gold, and silver. The target is similar in shape to AOL, which I don't know what that means. A coffin, and is decorated with seraphim. See sketch, page 16.
So they're describing it.
Yeah,
Got
so
it.
he's viewing it, and they're writing down. The target is located somewhere in the Middle East, as the language spoken by individuals present seem to be Arabic. Visuals of surrounding buildings indicated the presence of a mosque, domes, ? See page 12. Individuals in the area were clothed in virtually all white, had black hair and dark eyes. One figure I honed in on wore a mustache. There's just the one guy.
Can't trust him.
It's probably named Keith.
My stepdad's up to no good.
The target is hidden underground. Dark and wet were all aspects of the location of the target. The purpose of the target is to bring people together. See page 16. It has something to do with ceremony, memory, homage, and the resurrection.
What?
There is an aspect of spirituality, information, lessons, and historical knowledge far beyond what we know. The target, this is the part. The target, being the Ark of the Covenant, is protected by entities. See page 14. And can only be opened by those who are authorized to do so. This container will not / cannot be opened until the time is deemed correct. Once it is time to open the container, the mechanics of the lock system will be found to be fairly simple. Individuals opening the container by prying or striking are destroyed by the container's protectors. See page 17. Through the use of a power unknown to us. That is a CIA document.
That's the craziest thing I've ever heard, dude. Entities?
It's protected by entities.
And it's only authorized people can go... Like, who's authorized?
The Levites.
I mean, golly, dude. It's wet and it's dark. Entities are protecting it.
Yeah.
I don't like this.
And what's interesting is he says Seraphim. On the thing, but then he refers to entities too. So.
Yeah, well, and the entities are protecting it.
Yeah, outside. Not a part of it.
Well, no, it's weird. I heard the thing. Apparently, after this, there was a briefing about this within the CIA, and this was a training exercise. This is what he came away with. But the man knew he did not know how to speak Arabic. He knew nothing of the Middle East.
Yeah.
And so they're saying a lot of the pictures that he drew and whatnot, and the words that he said, lined up a lot with Ethiopia. because they have a very Middle Eastern architect buildings and stuff. And there's that one place where they claim the Ark of the Covenant is, and the guards in it, they typically dress in like all white and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So they're like, there's a good chance that it's in Ethiopia.
Well, that's always been the thought. So, like, what's stopping, if it is there, and even dumb people like me know that, like, it's rumored to be there, has the government never made a trip to Ethiopia like that? Has there ever
Oh yeah,
been,
they definitely have.
I mean, has there ever been, like, weird things like how they shut down
That's the
site?
conspiracy, is that they found this out. Like, we don't think that's the Middle East. We think you're talking about Ethiopia. The conspiracy is that the CIA went and apprehended the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah.
I don't think that would be possible.
Who's to
Now,
say?
just throwing this out there, that is the same year that they were filming and cutting Indiana Jones.
Yes.
He might have gotten to a screening room.
Could you imagine? They're just filming.
Yeah.
There's cameras there as well. Steven
Just
Spielberg, I
didn't
saw.
understand what CGI was.
Just so I can make no mistake, you're saying that this person acquired this knowledge through using one of those, like, basically, like, beaming a visual?
Yeah. I'll actually.
I think they had one in the Vatican, right? That's where we learned about it. Like the guy, he could like time travel almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the official handbook of Project Stargate.
Okay. Sounds
And
great.
psychoenergetics is what it's called. Remote viewing, RV. The ability to describe remote areas or conceal data via unknown mental process, remote action, ability to influence physical or biological systems via undefined physical mechanisms.
It's Stranger Things for real.
This sounds like the GATE program.
Yeah.
Like this is how they were figuring out who could do the remote viewing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they're having people like literally trying to like move things with their mind and stuff like that.
But I have the documents. We can put them in the description.
Yes,
But there's one, the drug bust one I have, and then there's one. They talked about they went to this area, and they described these buildings, and he drew a topographical view of these buildings. You can see like that.
Yeah.
Sideways, but they said that these armed men pull out this thing out of this warehouse, and he talked about how like it was so shiny and like the lights reflected off it weird. There's no seams on it, and the picture he drew. Let me just take a screenshot because it's annoying that it's the pictures that he drew look like a UFO.
Weird.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's
a little saucy, dude.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah. But
That's
I want to
strange,
do
man.
more. I want to look into the Sunstreak more because it's like that's insane.
I hate that.
Yeah.
And they probably think these things are just going to get buried, right? Or is it just
It
one
was,
of those things?
it was declassified in 2000.
Yeah.
So
But these were actual programs the CIA was running. It's not like
for years
they had learned about it and they're just putting it in there for archive purposes. Like, they were doing this. They were the ones running it.
And I read a couple of the documents, and they talked about like what was it? I think the Project Sunstreak, its location was in Los Alamos, and they said that there was the people on the board. Maybe it wasn't in Los Alamos, but there's the chief director of nuclear whatever from Los Alamos was one of the directors of Starstreak, and like just like there's a Harvard professor and like just these people that were like really high up.
Yeah. Man.
So do with that what you will. I thought that was crazy.
It just makes me trust them even more now.
That's a crazy story, dude.
Yeah.
The Ark of the Covenant is perhaps one of the most sacred and well-known artifacts from the pages of the Bible. Countless movies and documentaries have been made discussing its mystical power and supposed whereabouts. While we won't attempt to answer what may have happened to the Ark over the centuries, we will discuss why this holy object was so significant and how it can teach us about the atoning power of Jesus Christ. First, it may be helpful to give a bit of context about the ancient Israelite tabernacle, where the ark was first placed. While Moses was on Mount Sinai, the Lord appeared to him and gave him tablets of stone, upon which were engraved the Ten Commandments. These essential laws represented God's covenant with Israel. If the people would obey God, he would provide for them, give them his priesthood power, and allow all who were worthy to enter his presence. They would become a kingdom of priests and an holy nation. However, seeing the thunderings and lightnings on Mount Sinai, the people were fearful, and instead asked that Moses speak with the Lord on their behalf. In other words, because of doubt and fear, they rejected the opportunity to enter God's presence. As a temporary solution, the Lord commanded that Aaron, the high priest, would go on their behalf, acting as a mediator between the people and their God. To facilitate this process, the Lord commanded Moses to build a tabernacle in the wilderness. It served as a prototype for returning to God's presence, showing Israel how to symbolically enter into sacred space through the mediation of God's appointed priests. As worshippers approached the tabernacle, they could only enter through the...
Yeah. Basically what he... Yeah. But he became king and what? Yeah, portrait to Charles? What they say? What? He was going on a palace? Good grief.
The colorful gate on the east side. It taught Israel that there was only one entrance to begin their journey back to God. Next we found the altar of sacrifice, where Israel was taught that it was only through the shedding of blood that they could become reconciled with God. In front of the altar was the bronze laver, where the priests ritually washed their hands and feet before entering the tabernacle, symbolizing the need for spiritual purity. Upon entering the main structure into the room called the Holy Place, the priests encountered the beautiful golden menorah, the table of showbread, with its 12 loaves of bread, and the golden altar altar of incense. These objects represented light, nourishment, and the ability to pray and address God before the veil. At the far end of the room was a large veil, embroidered with cherubim, or angelic beings, who guarded the presence of God. Only the high priest could go beyond the veil, and only on one day a year, called the Day of Atonement. After passing through the veil, the high priest encountered the Ark of the Covenant, at the center of a room called the Holy of Holies. This most sacred space is where the Lord would commune with his people, and where the high priest would ritually intercede on their behalf. With this background, let's now talk about the actual Ark itself. The Ark of the Covenant was a wooden box made from acacia, or shittim wood, overlaid with gold. The acacia tree is one of the few trees that grow in the deserts where the children of Israel wandered for 40 years. Because of the harsh climate, with little moisture and scorching heat, the acacia wood is extremely durable and is an excellent choice for a precious piece of furniture. Some writers have suggested that the durable desert acacia wood, overlaid with gold, could be a symbol of the Savior, who was raised in the dry land of Israel, yet overlaid with the divinity of God. The box was rectangular in shape, and about the size of a hope chest or seaman's chest. On the top was the mercy seat, a solid gold lid that had two beautiful cherubim hammered and shaped with gold. On the sides were 4 gold rings.
I'm doing that shit yet.
Poles could be inserted to carry the ark. These staves, unlike the poles from other tabernacle furniture, were never to be removed from the rings. The placement of the ark at the center of the Holy of Holies hints at its supreme importance. As part of the sacred ritual for the Day of Atonement, the high priest would select 2 goats and draw lots on each of them. One, called the scapegoat, would have all the sins of Israel symbolically placed on its head, and then the goat would be driven into the wilderness to die. The other goat was sacrificed, and its blood was taken into the Holy of Holies and sprinkled on the Ark of the Covenant 7 times. The word atonement comes from the Hebrew word kafar, which means to cover or blot out. The ritual taught Israel that it was only through the shedding of blood that one could enter the presence of God. Inside the box was stored a bowl of manna, the stone tablets, and the rod of Aaron that had blossomed. It was called the Ark of the Covenant because these sacred relics reminded or commemorated the covenant made between the Lord and his people. The bowl of manna symbolized God's providence. It was a physical reminder that the Lord had given daily bread to Israel during their time in the desolate wilderness. The Savior, after feeding the 5,000, taught that while God had provided manna for Israel, they all had died. He then identified himself as the true and eternally enduring manna from heaven, stating, "I am the bread of life. He that cometh to me shall never hunger." The 2 tablets of stone contain the 10 Commandments, as given to Moses by the Lord. As mentioned, God promised that if Israel would obey his laws, then he would protect them. Recall, however, that these laws, which everyone but Jesus Christ has broken, to some degree or another, were covered by the mercy seat. It is almost as if the stone tablets are to remind us that while God's laws of justice are enduring, they can be superseded or overpowered by his mercy. This was symbolized by the high priest sprinkling the blood of the sacrifice on the mercy seat, representing the blood of Christ, which mercifully protects his true followers from the full punishment of the law. The rod of Aaron was placed inside the ark to remind Israel of the priesthood power that came through Aaron. When Israel had questioned the authority of Aaron and the tribe of Levi, God commanded that a staff from every tribe was to be brought to the tabernacle. Each rod was placed before the ark, but only the rod of Aaron blossomed. It was a powerful witness, showing that only the tribe of Levi, who Aaron represented, was authorized to perform priesthood rituals on behalf of the people. In a way, the Ark of the Covenant can almost be seen as a type of safety deposit box. It held some of the most significant historical relics of Israel's past, providing an enduring testament of his covenantal promises. These physical objects, situated at the center of the Holy of Holies, reminded them of God's law and teachings, of his appointed priesthood authority to govern his people, and of his promise to nourish and protect them, if they would only keep their covenants. Perhaps most important of all is that these items were covered by the mercy seat, showing that God's laws, ordinances, and blessings are all facilitated through the merciful and atoning blood of Jesus Christ, the true Lamb of God. In the book of Hebrews, the writer describes in great detail the tabernacle and the ancient rituals. He explains that the high priest had to enter the Holy of Holies each year to make atonement for sin. This showed that the ordinance was not permanent or final, but had to be repeated on a regular basis. He then explains how Jesus Christ is our great high priest, who only had to enter once and for all. When the Savior gave his life, there was no more need for animal sacrifice. Atonement had been made, and will cover all who repent of their sins and place their faith in Christ. The writer of Hebrews then gives these powerful words regarding entering the Holy of Holies. Let us therefore come boldly to the throne of grace, that we may obtain mercy and find grace to help in time of need. How grateful we all can be that we have a great high priest, even Jesus Christ, who has taken the sins of the world upon him. Like the ancient high priest, the Savior mediates between us and God, and because of his blood that he shed in Gethsemane and on the cross, we can all return to the presence of the Father, purified and without fear.
I'm gonna listen to some music again. Talk to you guys in a bit. You guys, I'm going to sleep. I'm so sick of this depression shit. I just want to blow my goddamn brains out. I don't have a gun, unfortunately. I'll see you guys in the next live stream. See ya. Like, comment, subscribe, I guess. I don't give a shit. Peace. Thank you for watching.